Alright guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we have the SCSR Audio SDR12D4 dual voice coil, 4 ohms per voice coil subwoofer. It handles 800 watts RMS is what it says. Big ferrite magnet. It's got 2 voice coils rated at 4 ohms each, and the plan is to parallel them to get a 2 ohm load. And it is a 32 to, what does that say, 368 frequency response? Can't read it. But yeah, I've got that there. I've got the enclosure down here. So the mini plan today is to unbox this guy and then mount it in the enclosure so you guys can see the SCSR Audio unboxing. Guys, here we have the SCSR Audio SDR12-D4 to take a look at here on the channel. And I have opened it once, so you guys are getting gypped this time, but I had to open it. I can't tell you why, because then it wouldn't be a secret anymore. But here we go, opening the SCSR Audio. They give you a nice SCSR Audio sticker here, which I don't know where I'm going to put it, but they do give you a sticker. And then right here we have a protective cardboard condom on top with a foam condom and then a plastic condom. Taking those off, we see the SCSR Audio lovely woofer right here. We're going to get that out of the box, and there is a nice instruction manual here. And it tells you the square footage that it needs and all that, but we are putting it in here regardless, and we will stuff it full of polyfill, which will give it the effect of having more airspace. Let's get this SCSR Audio big concrete. I don't know why I call it concrete. Cardboard condom out of the way, and look at the SCSR Audio woofer sitting nicely here on the table in front of me. Let's get it out of the packaging. I have not unpackaged it yet. This will be the first time. We will not put holes in it when we go to screw it in. I promise you I will give my best effort not to put holes through the SCSR Audio. So taking a look at this woofer, pretty nice woofer. Not expensive at all. I think I paid around, I don't know, $80 for it. It looks like there's a ring here that comes off, but I'm not sure. Oh yeah, it is. Okay. So they give you like a, I'm not sure what that's for. I've never had one that has that on it. I guess I need to read the instructions and see what they want me to do with this ring here. Look, I almost put a hole in it already. But yeah, so it's got this ring around here that I'm not exactly 100% sure what that's for. So let me get into the box here and see if the instructions tells me what that is for, and then we'll take a look at the back. So it doesn't really say what that is, and I've never owned one that had this rubber thing in it. I guess it's just a gasket. Let's look at the back of the SCSR Audio. I'm not going to flip it over because it'll hurt the surround, but we have the push type terminals there. It's pretty nice. It's painted black on the back. Very, very heavy magnet. And there is a gel pack here for you guys to eat later when you're hungry. And there's one side, so that's 4 ohms there, and then that's 4 ohms there. Taking these 2 voice coils together would yield you a 2 ohm load on your amp, if your amp can handle it. You cannot usually bridge a 2 ohm load and make it 1 ohm unless your amp can handle it, but this is going to be a 2 ohm non-bridged load. And next we will show you guys a good close-up of the SCSR Audio front, and then here is the back. You get a good look at the 2 voice coils there. and the SCSR Audio logo right here on the basket, and the high quality magnet. Pretty heavy guy. Trying to figure out if I could see how heavy it is, but it's probably in the ad, but I don't know, 30 pounds maybe, 25, 30 pounds on that SCSR Audio woofer. And now we'll take a look at how we're going to wire them up. All right, this may be overkill for the amp I have, but if I ever upgrade amps and get a nice subwoofer amp, I want to be sure I have the enough wiring to handle it. I ordered some 12 gauge wire, but I don't have any now, but I want to go ahead and get the woofer mounted, but I've got plenty of 16 gauge wire, so I'm going to double up from voice coil to voice coil, then double up from this voice coil to the actual speaker input on the box. So I'm going to grab all the tools to do that now. This is my new heat shrink kit with all the connectors we need for hooking up the amplifier. Came with all these heat shrink connectors and also this really nice crimp tool. So I'm guessing you crimp then heat shrink. I've never used it before, but I'm going to take a look and see which connectors. It's going to be one of these style that are going to go over inside the subwoofer box. I'll show you guys that in a minute. We're going to need female, probably these spade connectors here, and it looks like you crimp up here and then heat shrink here, which is awesome. So I still need my heat gun, but I'm going to go ahead and test and see which size fittings fit inside the speaker box. Here we have the speaker box. I've got the yellow, which would be the largest connector that is available, so we can put the most wire inside. But let's see if those work. Totally. So yeah, we're going to use the yellow connector and put, hopefully, stuff 2 wires inside of that guy right there. All right, let's go ahead and we don't need much wire at all. This will actually work for the voice coils. I found these 2 little pieces, and I'm gonna go ahead and zoom out here real quick. Much better. So these 2 are for the voice coils. That'll be fine. And then this piece I'm going to double up on and use for the connection from the other voice coil to the box for our 2 ohm load. It doesn't have to be that long, but if you want extra to be able to wire up your woofer, you leave extra. So I'm just going to use this and go ahead and cut it. ohm meter here. Let's see if I can figure out how to do it. 200 ohms. I think I've got this on the right setting. Let's see what happens. We should get a 2 ohm load. Through this 2.0 ohms, and that is perfect. So those wired in parallel, those voice coils, gives you a 2 ohm load. We have a visitor, Mr. Binks. Hi, kitty. We got our woofer here. He's so interested in this. But our woofer goes this way. And then we got to hook our wires up, and positive is on the top. Positive is on the top towards me. And I am blind as a bat. This is positive. This is negative. Mr. Binks is purring like crazy. Okay. That's that. The woofer is officially hooked up. Now all we have to do is screw it to the box. Ah, there it is. And we gotta try to get it centered. Gasket's a little off. Not that worried about it. There we go. So there's a good look at our woofer mounted in the enclosure. It is wired up and ready to go. It looks so sick. Love it. Forgot the polyfill. All right, here goes Patricia ripping the plaid. Go for it. That wasn't to the floor, was it? No.
All right, everyone, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Today we're at my house, Dukes de Duval, and we got a fun little gift for ourselves today. Brad went out and he sourced us a brand new Xbox X Series. We got this thing because we've been playing on an older Xbox, and they have that new 2K25, I think is what it's called, golf, and that's what we like to play, and it is awesome, and we're gonna get on it right now. All right, everyone, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Today we got myself and Brad behind the camera, and we have this nice little Xbox X Series that we just picked up. Brad and I, on our fun time, like to play Xbox, and we have a golf game that we play, which is the 2K23 PGA. we've been having a lot of fun with that. And I know that Brad's been working really hard behind the scenes and wanted to surprise himself. I think he's reached about 70,000 subscribers, so that's kind of a big deal. So I think that's a little bit of a gift to himself and to me a little bit. So pretty excited to open this thing up. Apparently the graphics and everything are so much nicer on this. And we're going to take a few minutes to get this thing unboxed, looked at it, and plug it up and test it out. All right, everyone, so now we're going to go ahead and dive into this thing. And we were looking at buying a used one just to see if there's a little bit of a cost savings. And honestly, the price between what we could buy a used one and a new one, we just made the decision today to just run up to Walmart real fast. They have one in stock. We're able to go to the drive-through and pick it up in a matter of minutes. So it worked out really well. So
look at this.
The boxing on this.
This is sick.
Man. Wow. All right.
This is sick.
First level there.
Dang.
All right. We got another.
Oh.
I think this is just packaging to keep it tight, most likely. I can't imagine there's anything in there.
Let's see.
We're going to double check though. Oh, that looks like just packaging.
Okay.
Double check that later. Oh man, this is.
That's the actual.
It fits perfect. Like inside there. Oh, that's the base there.
Okay, so that's the actual device. Oh, look at that, dude. Oh my
Sick,
god.
huh?
That thing is so sick.
All right, so this is the front,
Mm-hmm.
and this is the rear.
All right, let's see what we got on the rear.
Huh? All right, pretty straightforward, huh?
Looks like we got a couple of USB 3 super speed ports. We got a
HDMI,
Yeah.
Ethernet,
and it looks like this is a storage expansion slot. So I don't know if this is for
additional storage.
yeah.
most likely.
So
But it comes with 1 terabyte, right?
Has 1 terabyte inside, and then here's your HDMI out.
And that's power right there.
That is power.
Imagine that everything else that we need, which can't be much, is inside of this box.
See, there better be a controller in there somewhere.
So we didn't get any extra controllers. We looked to ChatGPT to see whether or not the controllers that we currently have will work, and they say that they will work no problem. Oh man, feel the grip on that thing. That's nice.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's got like a.
Oh wow. They even gave us batteries.
Let's see. Are these the best batteries you can get?
Better be.
Duracell batteries.
So
Yeah, let's go.
standard. I forgot what kind of cable that's called. It's an appliance cable.
Yep, easy enough, right?
Mhm.
Set up
And
here.
then HDMI cable.
Yep, nice HDMI that came with it.
And then just
That's it. There's really not much more that you need.
what's the that green manual over there for that green thing?
About as easy as it gets, guys. You know.
Yeah, there's not really much to it.
You know, there's an application that you can download on your phone if need be, but put the batteries in, plug it in the wall, plug it in the back, get your HDMI hooked up, and easy enough. So,
And so apparently this is the fan. So if we look down in that little slot, you can actually see
oh yeah,
the cooling mechanism.
this thing must be working pretty hard.
Power button there, a little USB 3 port, and then what's that, a reset button?
Well, this will be quick, so we can go ahead and hook it up, and then we come back and crank it up.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's hook it up.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and hook this up real fast, start with the power. Let's hope we got enough room down here.
Is that your last?
It is pretty tight, so
You can unplug the old one.
it is this one.
Cool.
All right, this is straightforward here.
Super easy. Okay.
Use the HDMI that's in the old one.
It's ready to go. And that's it. So now we got to probably grab our new controller over here. First boot up of the Xbox Series X. We're gonna have to get that thing joined to Wi-Fi. SetUps with the Xbox app. All right, I guess I'm gonna go ahead and download the Xbox app. Okay, we went ahead and signed in on the phone, which is crazy. The phone did everything. Now it says provide optional data, and we're getting signed in here. We gotta go ahead and buy PGA 2K25. All right, so he's gonna keep the display at 4K. Do that one.
The most expensive.
Yeah, do that one.
Well, I think go right to the most expensive one, because fine.
We get the clubhouse pass and everything. Work. 70,000 people might potentially watch this.
Boom.
Installing. Okay, we finally got. How long did that take? 30 minutes or so?
Downloading it, installing it, all that stuff.
Shelly's over there. I don't know why she's turning her head. So yeah, so this is the first practice swing. So
Oh.
this is sick. So the difference is
Hole in one. Here it goes. Watch this.
not bad, dude.
Race road.
The graphics are way better. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, were they them? Were they them?
Gee, they them.
How do you identify? Alright guys, this is the part of the video where I beg you for subscription. So what I do in this part of the video is just basically say, please subscribe to the channel, because we are getting cross-posted on plenty of platforms. We're getting clipped a lot and we are getting subscribers. So I love that. So I'm trying to do a lot of shorts every day and figure out a way to get us more subscribers. I am looking for that magical silver play button, and part of that is going to be doing 3 or 4 shorts a day, even if it just means we're going to be highlighting this nice e-paper from Veeb Projects, which are my best friends. I'm going to put something up on the screen right now that they made for me, which was so cool. They decided to go ahead and give me a gift even before I got up to the 100,000 subscriber mark. And this means so much to me. It's so cool to have our sponsors doing nice things for us, and we hope that you do nice things for them. When you do see links in the description of our videos, that means you can buy anything from Amazon. Doesn't have to be that exact product. Get whatever you want, and we do get a small commission as long as you click through our links. And it means so much to us because, as you know, we make a few $100s a month on the channel, and we definitely lose money with all of the expenses that we have to put out to keep the channel going. But as you see right now, guys, we are at 74,900 subscribers, and we did put this nice little lamp in here, by the way, to front light our Supercar Street Racing e-paper Veeb Projects subscriber pad. And you can see that we have 1,585 videos and 3,202,387 views as of the making of this video. Please like, please subscribe, support Supercar Street Racing, help your brother out, and let's get back to the video where we were going to take a look at this Xbox Digital Edition 1TB on Amazon with you guys right now. It is 60 degrees right now in Florida, and this pool is definitely full of leaves. This is not a good time for my pool guy when they want to come and clean my pool. Yeah, 60 degrees, and it is very, very pretty outside right now. The wind is blowing all the chairs down like crazy, and you can see out in the distance there, we do have some alligator action way back in the back there in the pond there. And also over here, if we take a little walk around the corner right here, check this out, guys. There's an alligator chilling in my neighbor's yard right there. He just jumped in the water when he heard me coming, and he is headed our way. This is Florida life, guys. One there, one behind him, and one out there. And here comes this dude ready to hang out with us. Now let's get back to the video and take a look at this Xbox Series X 1TB digital edition on Amazon. What's up, guy? Guys, we're back inside Supercar Street Racing Studio B trying to wrap up this video, but I did want to get in here and show you guys the Xbox Series X 1TB digital edition here. This is actually the same amount that you will pay from Walmart. I paid about exactly the same. With tax, it was around $450, $455. You can see right here, it's $427, and it also is 1 day shipping, but you are gonna have to pay tax. And I did get it with a controller, so it's the same here. You can get it with a blue controller, and it is unavailable at this time. So go ahead and pick up your Xbox Series X digital edition from Amazon.com, but there is also another big available option here that I will show you right now. Okay, we're on Walmart.com. You can see right here, it is $4.98 right now if you go ahead and buy it off Walmart.com. You can go ahead and pick it up from your local store. There is no shipping available. I'll throw a screenshot up of that as well right now. And you can see right here and right now, if we did pick up, we could get it from our local store, the Jacksonville Supercenter, and probably by like 2 or 3 o'clock today, it would be ready to roll up and go ahead and pick up. When Joe and I did go to the Walmart near my house, they went ahead and brought it out to the car and stuck it directly in the car, and we went away with our brand new Xbox Series X and went ahead and downloaded golf. We did download the PGA 2K25 New Edition Golf. We got all of the available options with it, and it was $119. And we want you guys to go ahead and use our Amazon link if possible, because we do get a little bit of money out of that when you use our Amazon official affiliate links. Now we're on the Supercar Street Racing front page here. You can see we don't make that much money. You know how much we make now, $169 so far this month. Not enough to actually pay for the channel or even some of the subscriptions that we use to create the content. And you can see right here we have 75,052. We've had 13,209 in the last 28 days. A huge pick me up for the channel. And the last videos that are doing the best are the Rove 4K front and rear raw footage video. And you can see right here on our channel analytics we have 314,000 views in 28 days, 2.3 thousand hours of watch time, 13,000 subscribers. We only made that much money. That is the true amount of money that I made on the channel. There's no hiding the fact that that is what happened this month. So guys, please show your support for Supercar Street Racing. Go ahead and like and subscribe. Like every video. Subscribe to the videos. Click the bell icon so you know when I'm live. And go ahead and buy all of your favorite Amazon products through the affiliate links. But why don't you start with this nice Xbox Series X 1TB digital edition. There will be a link in the description for you to click through. Now we have to get out of here. We have to go. We have to get out of here. We're going to this place. We got this King HyperX microphone. We got this brand new webcam. We got the microphone and the webcam and the peel satisfaction. Let's go.
Tom? Hey, Mike, are you sure about that? Noel loves the business. He never said nothing to me about selling.
Well, I'll make him an offer he can't refuse.
What happened out there?
Well, you know, it was a team effort, and I guess it took every player working together to lose this one.
That collections in that three little art FC, it's like all colors. Let's see it.
Wow. Crazy. Here we go. Look at the race car. That racing nuts.
Hell yeah.
Your fridge ain't this cool. But you can get Govee lights and it could be just as cool. Alright, we are at the Morristown Game Vault, which I had no idea even existed. This is probably one of the coolest places I've ever seen. And if you go back here, there's the Tron in the vault. So awesome. This place is amazing. Look at it. Unreal. Every old video game you can think of. And I just happen to be staying a block away from this. Check this out, guys. Unbelievable. Morristown Game Vault. Morristown, New Jersey. This place is amazing. Oh, they got Xenon. I am definitely coming back here later. Absolutely insane. The Morristown Game Vault. A good look at it. Unreal. Hey guys, welcome to today's video. I'm glad you guys decided to join me on this Sunday morning, the day before Martin Luther King Day. And you can see in Florida, in Jacksonville, we have a storm that came in last night at around midnight, and it is blowing hard today, and it's just not a great day. But we're going to take an opportunity today to show you some things about the Echo Show that you might not have known. Now, depending on how you feel about monitoring your home, as long as you don't have any issues or your guests don't have issues with privacy, I'm a big advocate of monitoring as many rooms as possible in your home. In case you have a break-in, you have video evidence, and the more cameras you have, the more you can cover if someone breaks in. Example, I don't have many cameras inside the house, but I do have one in my living room that points at the door, and it, of course, is a Wisecam V2, and it does motion detection and person detection. So it's pointed, the zone is set to that door. So if someone walks in that door, it sends me an alert. Of course, that's an awesome thing. Now, the house came with the best security system ever. You open the door and that thing goes crazy, but I don't use that one, obviously. Today we're going to look at unlocking a feature that is kind of hidden and controversial on your Echo Show. So this feature is called home monitoring. So let's go to the Echo Show that's in the living room here. So it actually faces the office door. Now, of course, well, I'll show you how to configure it first. So you just open up your settings screen there. Go to settings. Scroll down to camera. See this feature here that says home monitoring? Flip this switch to on. And it says beware, anybody can stream anytime. So what they want you to know is that you sure you know what you're doing. Now it's going to make you put your password in to enable this. Hit continue. And I'm going to do that now, and I'll be right back. Alright, we got the password all put in on the Echo Show 5. Make sure that your camera is open here. And that's another thing. If you put this in a room where someone wants privacy, you can always flip that and they can't see it no matter what. You still be able to hear though. Alright, says it all set. So now the next place you can access this is either another Echo device, or let's say a Fire Stick, or the app. If I say it, it's going to wake up all the devices, but you know, it's the Alexa app. Oh, she didn't wake up. Okay. Let's take a look at it on the Echo, the Fire Stick. So this is my kitchen. I have a Fire Stick 4K here. So this is a feature I didn't know about until a couple months ago, but if you can use the microphone to talk to this just like another device. So show my smart home dashboard.
Okay.
This is how you access all your your smart home devices. And trust me, there's a lot. You should check out my smart home tour. Now, if you notice here at the top, we can go to the whole thing, lights, plugs, switches, or cameras. And then there's also a grid, and the top thing is cameras. Let's just go to cameras. Okay. So some of these are Wise cams and some of them are Echo Shows. So I don't see the living room yet. So what the deal is that probably hasn't had time to propagate into the app. This one is the Wise cam. That's up in the corner that I just showed you. There I am. And it will feed back. Okay, so at this time, that device is not on there yet, but we do have one that is. Let's try going back in there again. Show my smart home dashboard.
Okay.
And if you command one of the other devices, one of the Echo Shows, to do that, it can do the same thing. So let's see cameras here. So there is the one in the kitchen, which is going to feed back horribly right now if I say anything. So I'm just going to turn it on and not say anything. So that was that device right there. And we were using that as a home monitoring device. Now there's also drop-in, which is different. Drop-in is a two-way communication session with any of these devices. Look, it shows you a warning there, but it actually is not. I'm already out of it. So this is not drop-in. That's a completely different feature. Let's check out the one in the office. I like how it shows the thumbnail after. So that would be right through that door right there. That is the office. Let's see if it can work. You know, it's sometimes can be a little flaky, so I'm sure they're working on that, constantly improving the quality of this feature. So that one's being a little bit flaky. And it still says waiting. So that one's having some issues communicating. Let's go configure the one in the theater room, which really will just be looking at a wall. So we're in the theater room now. Let's do it again so you guys know how to do this. So we swipe down, go to settings. Then we go to camera. Then we go home monitoring on. Continue. It's going to want me to verify. I'll be right back. I went ahead and turned some lights on in there because it's so dark, but let's see if we can access that now from this device. Alexa, show me the home theater Echo Show.
Okay.
I've never tried this before. I guess that is the command, waiting for Amazon. There it is. Pretty freaking cool. Now on the other one, you will see a little warning that someone is viewing the camera. So that's kind of a safety feature. The only time you don't want to see that, I guess, is if somebody's breaking in your house and you don't want them to know you're watching them. But yeah, they will feed back because the microphone's on. Alexa, go to the home screen. There we go. Let's see if the living room works now. Alexa, show me the living room Echo Show. No.
Sorry, I didn't find a group or device named Living Room Echo Show.
So we got to figure out what's causing that. Now this one might be named. I thought it was named Living Room Echo Show, but let's see. Settings. Let's try device options. Ah, it's Living Room Echo. Let's make that show. Here we go. Now that'll update. That's the app.
I'm quite sure what went wrong.
Alexa, show me the Living Room Echo Show.
Did you?
Okay, so it still hasn't. No, I don't. It still hasn't propagated through, but sassy. So yeah, so that's taking a look at changing your standard device that your, if I say it, all of them wake up, your Echo devices to be home monitoring. And I think it's a cool feature. Controversial to some people, but I don't see why, as long as you're not watching all the time. What is the big deal? This is for if someone breaks in your house or if something happens in your house, you'll want to be able to have this turned on. I've used it a couple of times when one of my cameras would not work and I needed to take a look and see what was happening inside the house. So yeah, that's the end of today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you like my smart home, and please comment and subscribe and like and help me out with the channel. puffing it on the treadmill and I'm watching solos. You guys gotta check that out. Pretty good show. And then we're gonna get to the good fun, putting in this backup camera. Good morning, everybody. I am working on the backup camera install for the dash and the navigation system. I already have the RCA cables run to the back of the nav and the new ID4 instrument cluster. My challenge now is I need to actually install this. This goes where your trunk latch goes, so it's seamless. You can't even see it. And the only problem I'm having is now I have to find switched power for this thing. There is power on the back of my nav for it. However, I'm an idiot and I didn't run the wire. And I don't know if I'll be able to get that wire fished down at this point, but I am going to run this anyway and see if I can at least get that part done up to the front, and I'll keep you guys posted. Now, I did test it, it works. I gave it power from the wall, but it goes right here, and I don't know how to install it. I'm guessing that I have to take apart this whole back, pull these little plugs out right here, and take this trunk piece off. Not 100% sure, but I am going to try to figure that out now. Well, let's do a little test. I'm interested if this light stays on when the trunk is closed. This probably isn't a good test, just because it probably turns off after you start the car after a little while, unfortunately. Alright, went back and watched the video. That light definitely turns off, unfortunately, when the trunk is closed. The battery's under here. Really wouldn't do me any good without some way to relay that on. Doubt this camera uses much power, but still, I don't want it to be on all the time. Or I could just run battery power. So my best option, easiest, is probably the cigarette lighter. To maybe put a little Y adapter on it and run a wire from that, or just actually open up the cigarette lighter in the center console and tap off the back of that. But first things first, I mean, man, why isn't there switched power back here? I heard some of the cars have like a accessory outlet in the back somewhere, which is very cool. This car probably doesn't, so I'm gonna get to work trying to get this camera installed first. Okay guys, I'm consciously trying to keep the camera a little bit more steady in this video because I noticed last time it was annoying. I did get my camera bundle wire done here. So what we've got is the camera output is an RCA cable. This is inside this loom. Also, the input for power is inside the loom. And then that runs to the cable that's going to go all the way to the front. On the other side of this cable here that goes to the front of the car, there's the power wire and also the RCA cable that plugs into the head unit and into the digital dash. You can see it right here. The other end looks like this. So this will get power. We'll go ahead and bite the bullet and get it off the navigation system like I was supposed to in the first place. There's the power wire with the video cable there, so it's switched power. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to get this wire run without disassembling the trunk, but if I can't, I'm going to take the trunk apart. Went ahead and got the first piece off here. Might be able to get the wire through there without taking apart the rest. I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to try it. I can maybe fish it through, and then it needs to come down, go down this shock, just like the loom does over there, where I can zip tie it, leave some slack for it to raise up. So I'm gonna see if I can get in there right now. I turned the light on kind of see if you can get in there or not, but boy, would it be great if there was some power in there. That would be amazing. I'm gonna check it out. Well, the good news is I was able to fish the hanger through to here, so I'm gonna go ahead and pull my wires through, and then hopefully I can get them down through this part without disassembling the whole trunk, or I might just Yeah, I can just come out right here. You'll barely see it, and then come down the shock tower here. I'm gonna go ahead and do that now and get my wire fish through. So what I'm gonna do is tape it to the end of this with electrical tape, and then just pull everything right through. All right, got my wire taped on the end of this. Trying to be careful not to scratch my paint up at all, because this is a metal hanger. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull this through. I'm gonna use 2 hands, I'll be right back. All right, I got my wire pulled all the way through. There's plenty of extra. This is the old trunk latch. I'm gonna go ahead and disconnect that, connect the new one, and make sure that the camera works now before I pull this cable all the way to the front of the car. So I'm gonna do that now. All right, so I got the wire kind of rigged up to the battery. Something goes on with the nav screen. I mean with the cluster where the picture rolls. I'm not quite sure what's causing that, but it stopped a little while ago. But it looks fine on my Android head unit. So I don't know what the deal is with that. I emailed the company about it, and I think that if you initialize the cluster with the camera plugged in, it doesn't do that, but I'm going to test it in a minute. So the wire does work. Now all we got to do is get that pulled to the front. I'm going to now route this wire down to the shock absorber here. Come down from there. I got to make sure I'm not in the way of the convertible top at all. So I'm not quite sure how I'm going to get that wire through. I still got to investigate all that. I want to run it down, you know, down through the trim right here and everything. So I'm going to work on that now. All right, so I'm going to run the wire. Actually ran it underneath the gray carpet insert here. I'm going to run it behind the shock here. Notice over here the loom, they leave like some extra slack for that to open. See how that goes? Just like that. I'm going to do the same thing right here and button this gray piece back on real quick. Okay, forgot to show you guys the camera installed. There it is. You can barely tell it's in there. And it's a switch also, so it opens the trunk. Got the plastic piece back installed right here. Now I'm going to work on zip tying this down the trunk shock absorber. And let's see how I'm going to get it into the cabin. There's an easy way right there, but this whole compartment comes off, but I'm hoping I can fish it in there somewhere. I just don't know where yet. All right, so literally learn something new about your car every day. I had no earthly idea that this came down and that this bag or something is in there. I don't know what that is. Something to do with a seat belt or something. It's so crazy. But I'm gonna see now if I can get through behind here, which I probably can. Like I want to get it like down in between the seat right here, under the bolster, through there. So I'm gonna see right now what I can do with this. I've never seen this back here. It's so funny that I've had this car for the whole time and never noticed. All right, guys, a little update here. So I got the wire fished down here. I think I'm going to somehow tie it or maybe tuck it in right there again, because there's some stuff back here that moves and I don't want that wire getting caught right there. I fished it down through the floor there around the corner, and now I'm going to drill a hole right in the corner of that whatever the heck this thing is for luggage, and then go right through there. So I'm going to do that now. So there wasn't a way to drill a hole through there, so I went ahead and just popped a little hole in that canvas and run the wire through there, and then I'm going to seal it up later with silicone sealer just to make sure there's no air coming through. But I got the wire, you'll just see the tiny bit of it right there, but I can tuck that in really nice. And now this thing should just close like that. That's all you see back here, and it's barely noticeable. And then if we come in here, so the wire comes through the luggage compartment here, and it's kind of hard to see with this light. I am going to run it right down the corner of the seat, and down through here to get to the front of the car. I'm gonna work on that now, but I'm gonna put the top down first, make sure nothing is in the way. Got everything out of the trunk here. I'm gonna do a little experiment and put the camera in here and just make sure that, hopefully I can see right there. Make sure that nothing is in the way. Just remembered you can't lower the top without the partition, so can't see it from there. I'm just gonna try it and see what happens. Okay, I made a huge mistake back here, which almost ripped the wire right in half. So you have to understand the way the convertible top operates. These parts in here move. I had this tied to a spot that had to move, and when I opened the top, I noticed it was stretching the wire, and I thought it had broken the wire, but I tested it and the wire's still good. So I rerouted the wire to a different area back here underneath that goes up and around here, and then back to this back hinge section right here. So it's going to go, hopefully, zip tie underneath this support bar. This all moves. This whole entire support bar moves. So I'm going to give you an example. Now, it's given me issues opening the trunk when the car with the remote control, and I don't know why. I haven't figured that out. But so first of all, you need slack for when this opens and closes. So then after that, let's see. You need slack there. See how that opens? And there's wire coming down. But you also want to make sure it doesn't get caught on anything. So I'm going to close the trunk. I'm going to try to put the top down with the key fob, but it has not been letting me, and it sucks because I really want to watch it put the top down, but let's see if it'll let me put it up. Okay, so it did roll the windows up. Let's try down. It's got a red light on, so I don't know what that means. So I'm just going to go a little bit here. Let's see, turn the power on. Okay, it works there. Now what happens now is the back flips up. Watch. As soon as that flips up, I need to go back and look. That's what was pulling on the wire last time. So what we need to do is in here, make sure there's enough slack. Aha, see, this has to open all the way, and that wire has to be tied to the back of the of that support bar. So let's open it a little bit more. Let me go that way. It won't let me do anything, I guess because the key is not nearby. Let's try this. Let's put the key in the ignition. Okay, let me go that time. Okay, so now that this is open all the way, we need enough slack here to tie this to the bar while this is fully open. So let's see how much we got. Okay, so that's as far as it opens. All right, now we got to tie this off. I got to figure this out because I don't know if it's going to get pinched when the thing closes. Not 100% sure. I'm gonna look at that now and let you guys know. Okay, I think I got the issues in the trunk sorted out. It's kind of difficult because that whole thing moves. So it's really hard to get everything zip tied plus leave slack so that things can move and at the same time keep the wire from coming out or getting kinked. Now this is what's in the back. I had no idea this was back here. So I pulled the seat down. I'm gonna pull this wire through down under the seat here, hopefully down through this footwell and then up to here. And then I need to run power, which means unfortunately I got to take the screen out, or at least take the bezel off again to get back behind there to get power from where the navigation system is. Okay, so I got the wire run underneath the carpet here. So if you just pull off this little footwell piece, I ran it all the way under here, and then I ran it under this piece here that has the trunk switch on it. I pulled off the little duct work down there at the bottom. And so now the wire is actually where it needs to be. It's fished through. Now I have to take out the nav and make sure that there's power back there. And if there is, I have to run that up through the dash, which is going to be not fun at all. So I'm going to work on that now. All right, I got the nav pulled out. I verified with my voltmeter that there is power on this wire, and I don't think it's on full time. I hope not, because that's going to run the battery down. I believe this is switched power. It says, let's see, it's plus 12, so I don't know, better be switched. I'm gonna go ahead and try to get a wire run over here to the wire that I fished to power the camera now. Hopefully I don't have to take out the ID4 again because it's a pain. Okay guys, so I pulled out the navigation system, I pulled out the digital dash. I ran the wire back behind the dash. I've got it here. This is the power wire for the camera. I'm gonna go ahead and cut that right now and then crimp it to this. I need to order a barrel connector because that's all I got, and it's ghetto of course, but I'm gonna go ahead and do that now and I'll update you guys after. All right, I got the wire spliced in. I'm gonna go ahead and start the car now. Actually just probably put it in on mode. See if the camera works. Hopefully. I'm gonna be kind of mad if it doesn't. All right, well, looks like we got a backup camera both there and there. Now, this one here is noticeably more, I know it's hard to see with the with this camera, but this one's noticeably more clear, but doesn't have the backup lines. I haven't used them yet, and I don't really remember how to set up the navigation system, and I don't know what these things do here. So check this out guys, got the backup camera installed finally, something I've been wanting to do for a while. I'll update you guys in a minute when I go for a drive. We are back, got everything buttoned up. I got the garage cleaned up. So this is the Avon navigation system. There's a million of them out there that are just the same. It is an Android unit. All I can say about these guys while we're talking about it is they never update them, so you can forget about getting a newer version of your operating system or whatever, unless you are good at customizing and installing you know, custom ROMs. You'll never get that. So that's my Android. This is my ID4 digital dash. This is my custom USB connector for my digital dash to upgrade it and to put new software on it. And let's see what happens now when we put it in reverse. All right, so this is the first time I've ever seen the actual backup camera. Now notice here, we got some issues here because I noticed that every once in a while this one will not sync up, but it looks like it might have. Finally, it was rolling and then it stopped. This one's solid every single time. Now, it might be hard to see, but let's try to reverse. I've never done it. Look at this. Wow. Oh, pretty cool, man. First car I've ever had with a backup camera that wasn't a rental or a loaner. So check that out. You can even see my trash can, and I can drive on my backup camera. And here on the ID4, if you if you would like. So, pretty successful project. It was a lot of work. It took me about, let's see, 5 hours to put in the backup camera and wire it up to power. And luckily, this navigation system has the power for the backup camera ready to go. Otherwise, I would have been hosed and had to use another source of 12-volt power. Anyway, if you guys got any questions, hit me up in the comments. I'll be glad to answer them. Check the 2011 car out with the modern technology here. I know it came with you could get an optional backup camera, but not like this, man. Oh, heck yeah. Now, so this is a problem. This thing rolls. Yeah, and then it locks up. So I'm gonna talk to the ID4 guys about that, and I'll let you guys know what they say. Supercar Street Racing, have a great day, man. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and check this out. I got something to show you today, and it is right here. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, Supercar Street Racing, and I woke up this morning to this wonderful Echo Show 15 with a lovely message on the screen that I will show you now. So check this out. I had no clue that Amazon was about to release an update for the Echo Show 15 that would totally transform the device into a cool multimedia solution.
Is Transformers Dinobot Adventures Dinobot Squad Grimlock Dinobot.
Exactly. So
Credit King 3-pack. It's $27.99. Find delivery details at Amazon.
That was absolutely wonderful. So yes, woke up this morning to find this lovely update on the screen and had no idea what it is, and apparently you can now turn your Echo Show 15 into a Fire TV. Here we are in the kitchen right in front of the Fire TV Stick 4K, which is plugged right into the back of this little cool television that I actually found at the thrift store for about 10 bucks, and it's awesome. It's does 1080p, and I have the Fire Stick 4K plugged into this in the kitchen, where I can do cool things like show me the garage.
Sorry, I didn't find anything named garage.
Okay,
consider purchasing a tile.
That's hilarious.
Alexa Voice Remote Pro.
Show me the garage camera.
Okay.
So this should actually be showing me a security camera, and there we go. So there is a skill for the Wise Cam, and there you go. So this is a standard Fire TV Stick 4K. Now they make other versions of that device. They make higher end versions that are not sticks. They make, I think the Cube is one of them. We can show you that on the screen. But yeah, this is a good low cost addition to any television. You can just plug it into the HDMI port and you have your remote here. And then you have a Fire Stick anywhere you have a HDMI port. This is the Show 10. I'm not going to say the name because it will wake up. This guy did not have the message on the screen this morning. So this one used to be the largest show device you could purchase, and now they offer the 15, which you saw installed in my wall and powered from the switch below. So no update on the Echo Show 10. Sorry, the laundry is in the washing machine, but here is the Show 8. And we walk up to this looking for the update. No such thing. If we go here to settings and we go to device options and we look at the software, we hit update. Aha, it is downloading a new update, but it is not going to be the Fire TV update, unfortunately. Okay, walking into the office here, we can see the Show 5 sitting here looking all wonderfully flush mounted into the wall, which I have a video on that if you are curious as to how to flush mount your Show 5. And this is powered from the switch right here. Let's turn some lights on in here. Let's see if this guy has it. Let's go to settings and device options and software. No updates found. We will not be able to make this into a Fire TV. Back at the beautiful Show 15 here, which is wired into this switch, you can check out my video on how I did that with the Show 5s. You can see here, this would look cool flush mounted into the wall, but instead I chose to cover the old hole for the Show 5 and mount the 15 here. Woke up this morning to that lovely message about getting the Fire TV experience on the Show 15. I hit the yes button, it downloaded an update, and now we have this lovely button right here that says Fire TV. Now, why is this cool? Well, let's push it and find out. And check that out, guys. This thing turns directly into a Fire TV. And this is cool because now you are not locked into the Fire OS limitations anymore, because you can get apps now that you can't get on the Show model. For example, the Show does not have YouTube. Let's see if we can find it. There's YouTube TV. Aha. No YouTube, huh? Let's see. Oh, wait, there it was. I looked right over it. There it is. This is absolutely fantastic and a game changer. Because now you don't have to use the browser in a Show to get YouTube. So it's telling me that I got an app, and now we can open it. This is literally the best thing that could have ever happened to the Show 15. Look at the controls. Pretty freaking cool. So I was wondering how they were going to do this, and they have gotten the controls on the screen, which is very cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and sign in to this now. Wanted to show you guys the limited touch functionality that I just realized. I was sitting here trying to hit sign in when in fact you have to use the pad here. See the pad? So I am gonna go ahead and use the pad now to sign in to my YouTube account where I have premium. Okay, we are back and signed in with one of my accounts here, and as you can see, we have the lovely touch screen here, and we're using the touchpad that they designed for YouTube, which is pretty cool. There is the Supercar Street Racing channel. And there is a video of mine. And so keep on trying to use the touch screen, and it does not fully function on the YouTube app. And there is the Supercar Street Racing channel and the last video of the pressure wash. And that is very cool because now I've always wanted to use this to play videos and link it to the dot that is in the closet there with the audio for the whole home audio system. Now I can do that. I was doing it over here, which can technically do the same thing, but now this device in here can actually be the one that serves the audio for the house, I think. I have to research that now. Here we are on the Alexa app on the Android device, and if we go to devices here, and we go to plus, and we go combine speakers, and we do multi-room music, and then we do this living room show. We got to find it there, and the dot, because the audio will come out of the dot. We hit next. Choose a name. House audio. Okay, so now we can go back and see if that actually worked. Back in front of the beautiful show 15 here, we're gonna see if we actually get audio out of this whole home audio system, since we paired this as a speaker group. So let's try to find some music. Oh, but keep trying to use the push button, the touch screen. Let's do this. Oops, I pushed the home button. Okay, let's try that again. I keep going. Okay, so search. And let's do, we can't. We can do the voice, but let's do space music. Space. Music. My favorite. Space music. Here we go. Okay, let's see if that worked. Okay, here, audio here. Echo, raise the volume. Not hearing it. I'm gonna check out and see why. Back, and I was able to figure out the multi-room audio. I think you have to actually push this button. It doesn't actually just start playing on the multi-room audio. And here are all the groups, and you can just actually press the group that I created to make the audio actually play on that group. I had no clue, because it doesn't work like this on the Fire Stick. On the Fire Stick, you literally can just start playing and it just works, but this is your little groups to send the audio to. Pretty cool. That's how you do multi-room audio on the Show 15. Back in front of the Echo Show 15, and in conclusion, Amazon has added the Fire TV experience to the Echo Show 15, and as you can see, I will link another video here in the corner. that you can actually sideload apps, even though a lot of websites will tell you you cannot. You can go check out my guide on how to sideload apps, and as you can see right here, you too can enjoy Kodi on your Echo Show 15 with all the video add-ons you love so much. So yeah, the overall Fire TV experience on the Echo Show 15 is good. I'll have another video that shows you how to use a remote like this and be able to navigate your Echo Show 15 with a Fire TV remote. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the video and have a great day, and please like and subscribe to the channel. Alright, yo, I took so much flack for Dude Grabs a Hot Pot, but actually this guitar was already destroyed. We had one bad take where I thought they were recording and they weren't, so this was already destroyed. And here is Dude Grabs a Hot Pot Aftermath. Alright guys, we are on our first trip in the electric vehicle category. I have never done an electric trip, and I am headed to Pensacola for a little jaunt for a couple of days, because that's what we do on Supercar Street Racing. And so we're gonna see what it's like to drive in an electric car. And you can see right here, I have to stop at a supercharger at 1:14 p.m. and it will allow you to, I think, to just charge up to whatever's necessary to complete the trip. But of course, we will probably charge it up to 100% and avoid that and have some lunch at the time. But we already caught some traffic, so we are dealing with that right now. We'll update you guys in a little bit when we get to the first stop, but man, we are in non-stop traffic right now. Guys, welcome to Supercar Street Racing. Today on the channel, we are going on our first ever trip in an electric vehicle, which will require charging on the way. Stay tuned, it should be fun. Alright, so I figured out how to enable full self-driving. It was not enabled. There was a button that said request full self-driving beta, and I turned that on, and now the car is driving itself. I don't know if it's going to warn me about grabbing the wheel or not. I'm going to find out real quick, but it was doing that with autopilot. So if I like this, I'll probably buy it for my car. I don't have it for my car, but you can see now I'm not doing anything except being ready to take over, because it tells you to do that. It says be ready to take over at any time, so I'm going to do that if I need to. But yeah, the car is basically driving itself now. Pretty cool. Alright, a little update from the road now. We are a mile from Lake City, as you can see right there, and I did learn very quickly that if you take your hand off of this, it will actually warn you to apply force to the steering wheel probably about every 45 seconds to a minute. You just keep your hand right here on this little crease, it pretty much will drive itself, and it takes a turn signal to change lanes. See, it just warned me right there to apply force. And I don't know if it realized that I wasn't looking at the screen or I was doing something else, but I just touched the steering wheel and applied a little bit of pressure, and it did go back into auto steer. So we have a stop here in Madison, Florida, at a supercharger, and so that will happen here at about 50 miles. So for now, everything's good. Just wanted to report in from the road with the full self-driving on the Tesla. All right, we are out here at the supercharger in Madison, Florida, and we have the P100D right here charging, and it has already added, I think, 35 miles to the trip in about 10 minutes. And so I'm gonna let it charge all the way up and eat some lunch here, and then I'll update you guys on what's happening. All right, I would say we've been here about 45 minutes and we are up to 90, like with 1% charging, and I'm gonna go ahead and let it top off, even though the last like 10% takes longer. It does say I have enough to get to my destination right here. You can see I'll have 8% when I get there. Just gonna go ahead and let it top off. I'm not in a hurry right now. So that's where we are now with the supercharging. Well, this has officially become the worst trip I've ever been on. I have been sitting in traffic now for an hour. It has not moved. There is some kind of accident way up there, and I looked it up online and there is a fatality. This is not moving at all, and we are in the middle of nowhere. Fortunately, we did charge up, so we're in no danger of losing charge, but there is a lot of traffic backed up right up there, and it has not moved. And people are not even attempting. A couple of cars went over the median to go back. I'm surprised they haven't just redirected everybody back to the last exit and through a different route, but nope, that is what we're dealing with right now. 1 hour of this so far. It's so frustrating. I mean, can they not just clear this out? Come on. That, guys, I was stuck in that traffic jam for an hour and a half, and it was still going. And I noticed some people starting to cross the median and go back the other way. And I wasn't sure. I saw a bunch of trucks and SUVs do it. I wasn't sure if this car would be able to do it without getting stuck, but then I remembered all-wheel drive, so I just sent it and went right across the median, and the car took me 4 miles backwards and then around the traffic jam. I should have done that an hour before I actually did it. So now we're on the road again to Pensacola, and we are headed to a supercharger where we will have 11% or 12% left, as you can see there on the screen. And that's where we will charge up for the remainder of the Pensacola visit, and also getting back to a supercharger to go home. All right, guys, so I just stopped at the supercharger and I put in 160 miles. It took about 30 minutes to supercharge that much, and it was giving me between 115 kilowatts at the beginning all the way down to 95 to 85 kilowatts at the very end. So you can see now we have a range left of 153 miles, which will get us to our destination of Pensacola, Florida. I won't need to supercharge again until I go home to Jacksonville, most likely, and I might find a charger to drop the car off here and max it out while I have nothing going on. So that's our current status. We are about, 39 minutes from the destination now. Hey guys, and just here with a little update on the trip. And this time on the way home, we are going to follow the suggested route of the navigation system. And as you can see here, right here, and right now, it wants us to stop in Chipley, which is about 80 miles away, and it wants us to charge for 30 minutes, and then it will stop us again in Madison and charge us for another 25 minutes, which should arrive at home at 17% battery charge. So we're gonna do that today on the way back and update you guys when we get to the superchargers and how we are doing on our first road trip back home on a electric vehicle journey. Guys, we just got finished supercharging about 30 minutes ago. It took about 40 minutes to charge, and now we were en route to the next place to supercharge, which is Madison, Florida. And it says we will have 23% battery and need to charge for 25 minutes. It tends to be on the low end of what actually you need, so I'm assuming we'll be there longer, and then after that we will be to the house. So I just wanted to give you guys a little update of where we are now on our trip. Alright guys, just charged up for the last time. I think it took about 25 to 30 minutes. I didn't really check it, and I had forgot to record at the last supercharger, but we are back on our way to Jacksonville, and it says we will be there at 2:09 p.m. is what we're looking at right now. So just wanted to give you guys a little update. I will update you again when we get back home. Guys, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing Studio. You got Brad here, and that was a look at my first trip in an electric vehicle ever that required charging on the trip. We took the car all the way to Pensacola, Florida, and that is the loaner P100D, not the Model S Plaid, which is in the shop actually getting some paint work done from the factory that had issues. And so as you can see, it actually works out better if you have a charger at your destination to actually let the navigation system pick the best routes for you. If you don't have a charger at the destination and your goal is maximum charge at the end, then you will want to, on your last stop, charge up as much as possible. So you can see on the way back, I had to stop twice and charge, and that's just the way it is. That is what is going to happen when you have to go on a long trip. Overall, it added about an extra hour and a half to my trip both ways, a little more on the way there because I charged extra instead of just what it wanted me to. So keep that in mind when you get an electric car. You're going to have to plan your route with a navigation system or an app like PlugShare and make your route totally planned so that you know what you're going to do, when you're going to stop, and how much charge you're going to have. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the video, and I hope to see you again real soon on Supercar Street Racing. You're ready? Just like
Punch it. Like,
stop, but stop all the way first. All right, straighten the wheel out though. Straighten the wheel out. There you go. Go for it. Oh, it spun a little bit.
Yeah.
What do you think?
That's cool.
Right?
I don't think you laid into it all the way.
Go that way.
Like, go, like...
Was that to the floor?
At the very end. It took me, yeah.
I think a little bit of traction control too with the wet. Right here in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen again with Brad. And while we are working on our project, sometimes we need something extra. And that extra is this plant. Just kidding, it's actually in this box right here. When I was cleaning the wheels last time, I noticed I did not have a proper set of brushes to get in all the cracks of the wheels. So we went ahead and picked up something today that's going to help us out with our cleaning of the wheels on the Model S Plaid. Plan today is to get this unboxed, go ahead and go out into the garage and see if we can actually do some wheel cleaning. So let's get going. Welcome to the channel. Let's get to work. In the Supercar Street Racing awesome kitchen now with Brad. Welcome back to the channel. If you're new to the channel, thank you so much for liking and subscribing while you're here, and welcome. And today we have something for you from Amazon. It is something that sits inside this box that's going to help us clean the Tesla Model S Plaid wheels. So what we're going to do here today is get this thing unboxed, go ahead and take a look at it and see if it actually does everything that they say it's going to do on Amazon. Right in front of me is Don King's look-alike hair and also a box. Let's get that opened up and see what all is inside. And first thing in the box we have is a nice terry cloth towel. Looks like a buffing towel. It's very soft. I could definitely see using this on the Model S Plaid paint without an issue. Let's get rid of that. We don't need that where we're going. Next thing in the box is a nice washing sponge, which I will not need because I don't wash the car. I don't have to. Don't take it out in the rain. Next thing is a nice, I guess this is a duster? brush? Have to open it and find out. Then right in front of me inside of the box, we have some little brushes, which will be helpful in doing the wheels. Very nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sizes of detail brushes. Moving forward into the box, now we have I don't know exactly what that is, but it has some hooks that look like it will definitely do some damage to your paint job. Do not put those on your paint. Not sure what those are for yet. We also in the box have another smaller, I think this is a duster. I'm not 100% sure what that is. We'll have to look. And then we have a nice bag to carry all your stuff in, guys. The hype train is pulling into the station, guys, with a new car care kit that was supposed to have brushes that go on your drill. Let's see what else is in here. We have a nice brush, but I'll be honest with you, that feels kind of stiff there. That might be for wheels. That's not gonna go on your paint, that's for sure. That would scratch your paint. And then we have a nice drill brush kit. Hoping it has I'm gonna take this out of the bag because this might not be the kit that I want. Let's check it out. Okay guys, I did just go back into the garage and look at my wheels, and these are fine. I don't have any really small spokes in my wheels, so these will actually do perfect. And here's a good look at all the different size brushes that came with the car care kit. And you get the nice Wantolf Alwos bag with it as well. And that wraps up what is inside of the kit here. You can see it comes with all this stuff. Now let's get some of this other stuff that's packaged up, unpackaged, and see what it is. Looking so fly right in front of me is this nice car care kit, which I will leave a link to in the description down below. And right in front of me here, I don't know what this is, and I might have to go to the actual Amazon listing to see what this guy does, but let's go ahead and get it out of the bag. Has a nice silver bread tie on it, very silky smooth. Let's try this one too. And inside of this lovely bag we have pretty soft, I'm gonna look that up on the Amazon link right now. And then inside here we have a nice set of brushes right here. There are 5 different kinds of brushes, which are going to be great for both the interior and the exterior. We'll save some of them. We won't use them all on the wheels and tires because they'll get filthy dirty. We'll save some for cleaning the interior. And they all are very soft, good for getting into tight spots like that. And you have 5 different sizes. Just remember guys, this is not for cleaning your paint. This is very, very stiff. That's what she said.
You really think you can go all day long?
That's what she said. Michael, please.
Okay, I was completely wrong about these two guys. These are made for cleaning your wheels. If you look at the actual listing, which we will look at after this is for getting inside of the spokes of the wheels to get those nice and clean. And then I guess you could just wash this afterwards. I don't see why not. You could just put it in the washing machine, I guess. This guy right here is a car tire stone hook. This will get those little annoying pebbles out of your tires when you get them caught in your tires. That's what all these hooks are for on the end of this. Let's go ahead and unbox this guy as well. And there you can see on the end of the tool, it has 1, 2, 3, 4 different prongs here to go ahead and get things out of your tire. And actually it unscrews. Interesting. And we do have, this is actually a car wash mitt right here. And that is it, guys. The rest of these brushes and stuff are made for cleaning your tires. Like these drill brushes are made for cleaning your tires and wheels. They'll get right into the cracks there. You just put it on low speed and just go to town. Hopefully they don't scratch your nice powder coated wheels. And that's going to wrap up a look at what's inside of the kit. Let's see how it stores in the nice bag now. Honestly, I have no place to put this, but I don't know where I'm going to put it. But anyway, the bag is nice and roomy, and you just take all of your things and don't poke a hole through the side of the bag with these hooks. They're very sharp and they will go right through it, no problem. Probably never used the big one there or this big one. I honestly bought one that was way too big, but it was only a few dollars more. You'll see a link in the description for this guy. This can go with all my other car towels up here, and these are for cleaning the wheels and stuff. They're just cheap Walmart And then these go on the inside of the wheel spokes to help you clean them. And then all your brushes for your interior or your exterior. I'll keep one of these for wheels so it will get dirty. The other ones I will keep for getting the dust out of the inside of the cracks of the car. Now let's take this out into the Supercar Street Racing garage and see if it actually works. Alrighty then.
These nuts.
Alexa, turn on the garage lights. Nice. All right, guys, we're out here in front of the Tesla Model S Plaid now, and right in front of me you can see my BC forged wheels, and of course they do get dirty because it does get driven. There is a lot of sand and stuff in the cracks here. Now we have our new brush kit to go ahead and deal with that. Now we can try one or two things. We can try the soft brushes first and see how those work, or we can get our drill brush on right here. But the first thing that I always do when I'm going to clean the car and do the wheels is put something down on the ground. So I have this old towel here that I put literally right under the wheel here so that if anything drips off, it does drip right down onto this towel and not onto the actual ground. Remember, when you're working with these chemicals, they will tear your hands up, so your hands will get very dry. Get yourself some of these automotive gloves, and if they have powder, they're easier to slide on. These I don't think have any powder in them. They're really hard to get on. Today we are using this is actually from Turtle Wax. It is a hybrid solution hyperfoam wheel cleaner. We also have our Hybrid Solutions graphene acrylic tire shine here. We have some soft cloths to go ahead and clean most part of the wheels. We have these brushes here that can also get in the bigger parts here. And then we will proceed to clean the face with our rag. So what I usually do is start with the brake caliper, which is very difficult to get to. So I'm hoping that some of these brushes will help that out. If we can get this in there and just work it around like that, maybe we can get some of that off. So let's go ahead and spray the caliper down. I don't put a whole lot. You don't need a lot. It's just gonna drip anyway. And then we can use this brush to get in there. And the reason we're not using these brushes is because they don't actually absorb anything. They just brush dirt off, and then the dirt has to be wiped off. So these are okay for this. They're not great. Yeah, they're not really doing it for me on that. It's still too difficult to get into. And if I use one of those other brushes, it's just going to knock the dirt around with a rag, because you can get your hand through the crack. You can't get that brush all the way in there. And then just go ahead and give that a nice cleaning. And that caliper is done. So this was not great for that. Doesn't have a lot of absorption is what I'm guessing. Now let's go ahead and try some of the other stuff. So I'm just gonna do the spokes like that. I'm not gonna put a lot on it. I don't want it dripping everywhere, and I don't need it at the bottom yet. So I'm just gonna start there. And this brush is designed to go like this and break up the brake dust. And you can get in the cracks there with it. It looks like you're also gonna have to use your rag for this, because this will not absorb everything. That knocks the dirt loose. Come back through and just wipe it off. So the spokes part, these brushes work very well for. This will break loose the dirt. Like there's a bunch of dirt inside the spokes that I can never get to. Especially over here, you can't see it, but there's dirt inside the spokes like sand. I'm gonna knock it off with these after I spray it and then take my rag. So let's do that now. Now when you use this brush for the drill, you wanna make sure your drill is on low speed. Now let's go ahead and dress up the tire. You have my tire dressing here, but it doesn't get inside of that crack really well, so I use a rag for that, and I use the dirty rag. And you use this to prep the tires for putting the shine on. That preps the tires really nice and gets all the old stuff off. And then you take your same rag and go to the back, get your tire shine. And I'm gonna get it in the crack right there. Of course, you can't get to the bottom of the tire because it's not in sight. Alright guys, it's going to wrap up part one. Let's go ahead and get to the other wheels and tires. Forgot to do the caliper first. All right, guys, we just finished this project with the wheel and tire cleaning on the Tesla Model S Plaid. And you guys can see right here and right now that the wheels did come out great, and we used our accessory kit here that we're going to talk about here in just a minute, and it all fits nicely right in that bag. And it does really help you get into the cracks and stuff and get all the dirt out of the wheels and tires. And the plaid is looking fly. We're going to have to wrap this project up, but before we do that, we just want to thank you guys so much for watching today and being a part of the channel and supporting us through all of our ups and downs. I was in the hospital this past week in the ER for about 4 hours or 5 hours, and it wasn't a fun time. But on to better things. We need to throw this into the Supercar Street Racing Studios right over there with Brad and talk about how you can get your car care cleaning kit and get your car looking fly, just like this. Guys, it's Supercar Street Racing on a Saturday night edit session. It's hard to believe that I literally have nothing to do tonight except hang out with you guys, but that's fine because I love it. So let's get it going and talk about this 16-piece wheel and tire brush kit. I bought this because the wheels on the car are hard to detail. They are 3-piece wheels, so they have the hardware inside. It's really hard to get to, and dirt does build up on them. So this brush kit will help you get into all the cracks, and it also has brush attachment for drills. So that helps you get in all the tight spaces automatically, and it can get those parts cleaner than you can just with a regular rag. Now, you did see in the video we were working on the BC forged wheels with the brush kit, and my most useful tool was the small soft brushes. I use those a lot. They got all in the crevices, and I did use the drill a little bit too, but mostly the little small brushes are going to be my go-to brushes. Now, this is $24.99 on Amazon right now. It does have a 4.3 star review. And taking a look at what's in the kit right here, you can see you get these 2 spoke cleaners, and what those are for is getting in all the curves on the wheel. You can see they're curved. Now, the only thing is they'll loosen up the dirt, but they are not going to absorb any of the brake dust. They're just not made of cloth. They're just kind of like fluffy. Then right here, this is just like kind of a brush to put soap on and then just get the whole entire wheel with. And then this little hook thing is for getting the stones and stuff out of your actual tire tread. I had a hard time figuring out what that was for. You do get a hand mitt also to go ahead and get your wheels really clean. You get a nice case to hold your wheel cleaning kit in. And then right here you can see somebody's using the brushes right on their tire there to clean their tire, which is awesome. And then they're using the little brushes to get into the cracks and crevices. And right here are the 5 different soft brushes that you get, and those come in very handy on your wheels. And you can see also you can use them inside your car. I guess if you don't get them super dirty on your wheels, because then you'll have to clean them. And right here, it is showing you these little bendable brushes. I didn't realize they were bendable, so that's one thing I did not notice. The handle does bend on these to get in between like your spokes and stuff, and they are curved to do that. And then right here, it shows you the 1 piece of the microfiber, and it is supposed to be scratch free, and you can see them washing their car with it right there. And right below that, the car tire stone hook, and you use that to pull rocks and stuff out of the tread of your tires. And then in the lower left there's your car wash mitt again to go ahead and wash your car with, or your wheels if you'd like to. Now, this guy does have a 4.3 star review. Pretty good. And I liked it myself. I'm going to end up not using a lot of it unless I actually one day wash the car. But I've never actually washed it. I've never even had it in the rain but one time in its entire life. So please go ahead and support us by buying all your Amazon products through any of our links in the description. It gives us a little bit of commission and keeps Supercar Street Racing going, so I can keep bringing you great videos. But it's Saturday night. We got to get out of here and we got to go have some fun. Not really. I'm just going to go inside and watch a movie. In the Supercar Street Racing kitchen, and today we have a project to clean the fence again. It is time to do it again. It needs to be done about once every 3 months. And you see we did break out our Ortho sprayer to mix up a combination of goodness to go and clean the fence. What we're going to do is mix a tiny bit of Dawn and some cleaning vinegar, spray it on the fence, and then use a scrubbing brush to brush the fence off and then rinse it off, and that should do it. And so I have my Ortho here ready to go, so let's get busy. guys, Supercar Street Racing back in full effect after a short break and one video after that. We decided to come back and do this project before we head out on vacation. We are going to be cleaning the white vinyl fence again, and this time there is a few areas down by the pond that are starting to look mildewed and rough. I'll be using cleaning vinegar, and I'll be using the spray bottle and a all-purpose brush. And the first thing we're gonna do is mix a little bit of Dawn into this, then water, then the cleaning vinegar, rest of this at least into that jug, and then maybe a little from that jug as well. And I think that's all it's gonna take. If I was reading online, I do have other stuff down here, but it is a vinyl fence and you're not supposed to really put any harsh chemicals on it. Soap water and cleaning vinegar should be fine. I don't want to use all this because my housekeeper uses it and I'll have to go replace it before I leave on the cruise, but yeah, let's go ahead and get this stuff mixed up. I know you guys noticed that my appliances are all gone. They will be here on the 28th, but let's go ahead and get this bottle full of some soap and vinegar. I am going to put very little soap because it will foam up a lot. And then I'm going to pour this vinegar in there. This is cleaning vinegar. This is White House All Natural Cleaning Vinegar. We're gonna follow that up with cold water because I don't have hot water in here because it is turned off because the dishwasher is disconnected. Cold water's fine though, I think. Should be all right. I'm going to do it slowly because I don't want it to foam like crazy. And if it doesn't look like it's enough soap, I will add a few more drops. Okay, it's not foaming real bad, so I'm going to put a couple more drops in there. And I am doing it slowly simply because I don't want soap bubbles pouring out the top. Go all the way up to about right here. Because when you put the plunger in, it raises the level up. And I have about 2.5 hours to get this done before I have to work. All right. All right, we did get the entire fence cleaned except for the one around the pool equipment. That one is much newer, but it still needs to be cleaned. They all do every 3 or 4 months, and it is about a 2-hour job if you do it alone. And you can see the fence looks awesome, especially down here by the pond. It was really bad because it sits under trees and closer to the water and everything. But yeah, it came out awesome. The mixture really didn't help. It was just really soap and water. Probably would have done the same thing. But I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'm gonna jump in the pool. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here, and I have a studio update for you. It is insane. I want you guys to see this, the way the studio is looking. Check out the studio, guys. I am super hyped, and I want to give you guys a huge update. I have not been live streaming or updating lately because I've been super busy and I had the network down in here, but today we made some huge strides in the Supercar Street Racing studio. And let me get started and tell you what we have done. First things first, but not the biggest, the Harbinger's powered studio monitors are mounted and they are flying from chains right there. Got that done today all by myself. I don't know how, but there is the other one. Alexa, set the office lamps to 100%. There is the other Harbinger flying from the chain and angled down at you for goodness. On top of the Harbinger. I haven't quite figured out how or what I'm going to do with this, but this is my 20 something whatever port. I don't forget how many ports it has. Netgear switch. And you can see the Ethernet connections all labeled and going into the wall, and up there we have a Wi-Fi extender hotspot thingy, and that is connected to Ethernet, and then it has a Supercar Street Racing Wi-Fi signal. So I got to still figure out what I'm going to do up in this corner, how I'm going to organize it, if I'm going to do a little shelf or what I'm going to do. Not that important right now. The biggest thing is I got the Ethernet connected. Secondly, huge, I got the 4K Fire TVs mounted, and literally luck that they can swing out and touch each other like that. It is absolutely perfect. I couldn't have done it any better if I meant to, and I didn't mean to. And they are on these, they're not horizontal like usual plates or mounting plates, they're vertical. And they swing out and they are tilted down at you. And you can see right now they are playing 4K video from YouTube. Visual Dawn, one of my favorite up here too. Visual Dawn with the 3D animation spacescapes. So we got the 50s mounted. I ran out of Ethernet cables, or they would all be connected to Ethernet. This one is connected to hardwired Ethernet, Wi-Fi. This one doesn't have an Ethernet jack. That one's connected to Ethernet. I ran out of patch cables. Next, we got the Marantz NR1711 receiver in. This guy is a high-end receiver, and the reason I bought it is it has front preamp outputs to feed our powered studio monitors there, and our 1711 chilling. We got our wall plates all done mostly. I've got two more to put in here. One of them is for the front speakers, it'll be RCA. The other one is a dual Ethernet jack, one for this and one for the PC. So there is the home theater wall plate, and that little thing coming out of the corner is the USB. You don't want to do a USB extension. It's already extended twice and it's already going to be an issue, so I just drilled a little hole in the corner and ran it straight through. We got all the other wall plates done. They're not exactly on the same level, but they'll all be under the desk. We got all the power done. The only thing I have to do over here is connect the subwoofer plate for the sub that is going to go somewhere over here. I'm not quite sure yet because there's not much room right here. And we got all of the wall plates done behind the Fire TVs. This HDMI wall plate here feeds down here. So if you want to connect a laptop or a tablet or anything else to that guy here, you can do it right there. I have not connected the HDMI here to the TV yet, but that will be next. Same thing over here. This HDMI wall plate feeds this guy here. There's also network down there, so if you want to plug a laptop in and work on this 50-inch, you may do that via that port right there, HDMI. There's power there, power there, power there, and power there that I installed today. And I did the power and the wall plate with the USB, HDMI, Ethernet, and coax. We're not using the coax. Those are behind every television. There is one back there as well. It's hard to see. Every place that you can possibly sit. Here's another Ethernet and HDMI. HDMI feeds the 32-inch, and you can connect a laptop or whatever here and have Ethernet. Every place has Ethernet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's another jack there for just straight Ethernet. If you want to work right here on the couch, you may connect your laptop to Ethernet. If you want to work right here, you can connect your laptop to the 43-inch and you have Ethernet. We've got the Echo Show 15 chilling flush mounted. Completely flush mounted into the wall. First one I've done like that. So this is not a completed tour. When I am done, I will give a completed tour. I wanted to do a little update. Oh, also got the Govee recessed lighting installed. All of it. And it is all controlled by Alexa. Set the studio switch lights to purple. And there we go. They are purple. And I have power there subbed out and power there subbed out. It is permanently on power, and that is for lighting for shooting videos. Most likely we'll have a light pointing down here at the desk and one up there pointing down here at the desk, and I just don't know yet quite how I'm going to do it, but that is an update from Supercar Street Racing Studios. Big update. I'm so hyped to start doing videos here. We'll see you guys soon.
Yeah, she's at a time. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Have a good one.
Good morning, everybody. It's Saturday morning, and I spent the entire day yesterday going to get the new car. And I know you're curious exactly what I got, so I am going to walk out there right now and show you what it is. A big reveal. Dun dun dun. So there it is. I'm just kidding. That's where I pulled out the Honda. The new car is, surprise, surprise, look what's back in my garage. That is my old car. So what happened was I picked up my old SL65 again. It all worked out. So what happened was the guy who had my vehicle, he wanted to go a different direction. I also spent about 6 months looking for a car. I couldn't find anything really that I wanted, or the colors that I wanted, so he made me a deal that was really sweet. I went and picked up my car yesterday in Virginia. There it is. Came back pretty much like I left it, except for one thing. He had curbed one of the wheels. Wasn't too upset about it though, because the wheel was already peeling, the chrome was peeling on it. So yesterday I did order wheels and also a lightweight brake kit. This car has very good brakes from the factory, however, they are super expensive, and a company makes an aftermarket two-piece lighter weight kit with replaceable rings on the hats. Ordered that yesterday. Also ordered my wheels. He said that will be in a different reveal, so you'll know soon what I got. But there is the R230 SL65 back, and it's about to get worked on right now. Stay tuned for what's about to come soon. Check out this dude. Aw, man. Dude ruined my short haulage. Hey guys, my name is Brad. This is Supercar Street Racing, and this is my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid with Hardware 4. And you can see on the video right up here on the screen that I gave a tour of this car almost a year ago when I bought it. So I've lived with this car for almost a year. I have a lot of updates for you guys, how I feel about certain things, how many miles are on it, and what would I change if I could change anything about buying this car brand new. So welcome to the channel again. Let's get right into it and let's get busy. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. My name is Brad, and if you don't know me, I hope that you'll consider subscribing to the channel and liking this video. And this is the Supercar Street Racing Garage. Right here next to me is my 2023 Model S Plaid with hardware 4. Now the video up there you see playing is my tour of the car when I first got it, and I had done a few modifications to it. But the goal of this video today is to do another walk around of the car, tell you guys what I like so far in the first year, tell you what I didn't like, and how many miles do you think are on this Model S Plaid? We're gonna get into this car today on Supercar Street Racing, so let's go. So I bought this car about 1 year ago, and the first thing that I wanted to do with the car was put some mods on it. And of course, the first mod that makes sense for the Model S Plaid are the wheels. Now, the first modification to the Tesla Model S Plaid were the wheels and tires. These are BC Racing wheels, and they came right from modbargains.com. I always trust modbargains.com with my wheels and tires for all of my cars. And these are Michelin Pilot Sport 4S in 265/35 ZR21. I went ahead and opted not to get the 21-inch wheels directly from Tesla. I saved the money, bought my own wheels and tires, and I've been super happy with this combination. And there are no modifications whatsoever to the brakes. These are the stock Model S Plaid brakes with red calipers. Now up here in the front of the car, we have several cool modifications. The first one being the carbon fiber V that fits right inside this nice pocket right here. This thing actually gives a really cool look to the front of the car, and it is also accented by this matte black Tesla logo here on the front. And then down below, you can see we have the carbon fiber front splitter here. It was fairly expensive, but it was an actually really good fit. And all we had to do was peel off the 3M tape and push that on. And this thing has stayed on with absolutely zero problems and gives the car a way sportier look up front. And also notice here that the headlights are wrapped in satin, which also gives a very cool look. Now moving to the side of the car, we have two other modifications here, and the mirrors are folded in. But here are the Model S Plaid camera covers in carbon fiber. They just fit right over the existing cameras here, and they give it a nice sporty accent. And then moving up, we have the carbon fiber mirror covers for the car. And double check when you go order, they are specifically designed for this year, make, and model. And I'll put a link in the description to the carbon fiber bits that are on the side here. Stepping to the side of the car right here, you can see that we have the carbon fiber handle covers for the Model S. And these are pretty cool because they just stick right onto the handle that comes on out, and they are a perfect fit, and they add a little bit of carbon to the side of the car where there is a lot of satin, and it does kind of offset the texture right here. All right, we're around the back now, and you can see the back is 100% stock. This is the factory rear wing. This is the factory rear wing, the factory Plaid badge, and everything else in the back is 100% stock, just like it came from the factory, except for the wrap. We are inside the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid now, and I want to talk about some of the things on this car that have happened over the past year and how I feel about the car now that it's been over 1 year of ownership. Now, I did buy this car down in South Florida. Someone had put an order in on it and didn't pick it up, so I was able to go down to Cocoa Beach and grab this car. Now this car is black with black interior with carbon fiber, and it does have the yoke, which I absolutely love. A lot of people don't like the yoke, but I have found it to be kind of interesting and fun to drive. Now I did pick up this car with almost no miles on it. I did trade in my junk rip-off Honda Accord. If you guys remember, I got ripped off by a guy on the internet, and I did trade that in. I headed down south to Merritt Island where the Tesla dealership is and picked up my brand new car. Now, when I first got the car, I had no clue how to drive it whatsoever. And so the process of buying this car was really super simple. I walked in, I gave the guy my plate, and he went ahead and did the trade-in for me. Then I walked out with my new Model S Plaid, not even knowing how to drive it. I asked the guy a couple of questions like, how do I get home and how do I charge? And then I was just on my way in my brand new car, super nervous. All right, when I left Merritt Island, I had 69% battery charge. When I got to Jacksonville, I was still at 29%, so I went straight to the supercharger. And to this day, the car has never been on a supercharger since then. I always charge it right back here at home. So I got the car back to Jacksonville and went ahead to the town center and charged it up while I had lunch over at Bono's. And I haven't had to take this car to a public supercharger since, or any other public charger. Now, immediately from the factory, the car had a few issues that we had to get taken care of. For one thing, the sill plates on both sides were kind of stained up, but the passenger side was the worst. It almost looked like it had a footprint on it permanently. I did call Tesla and make an appointment. It took about 3 weeks, and they came and replaced this sill plate. And the next thing that did go wrong with this car was the carpet in the back had a stain from the factory and they tried not to cover it, but something else happened on the carpet and they did eventually replace the rear carpet. Not the actual carpet, but the actual mat. Now the car has been also in service for 2 other things. The rear charge port door was defective, and the guy who came and put it in brought the wrong door and tried to make it work, and it just looked terrible. It wasn't lined up at all. So they got the correct door and they did replace my charge port door. Now, last week I had a really strange issue with the infotainment system here. So after the software update, the LTE would not connect anymore, which is the cell service for Tesla. I tried everything. I tried the reset method on the steering wheel. I tried a number of other tricks, but service ended up coming out and I had no idea there was a port under here for service. He connected his laptop and in less than an hour, I was back in business on LTE service. Now I'm gonna go ahead and go over to the car menu and go to service. Okay, now I'm over here in the car menu and I am at software, and here is a picture of what the mileage is now, and I'm gonna throw that up on the screen right now from the app. So that's right, the car has 1,747 miles on it on its 1-year anniversary. Now I drive this car on the weekends only. I haven't taken it on any big trips except when I bought it. So that's why the car has remained in low mileage state. Now let's talk about the software. I did not purchase full self-driving, but about a month ago, I was gifted a 60-day trial of full self-driving. So I have been enjoying that, and I have it until May 1st, 2024. And I might consider buying it if I really enjoy this experience. Now let's talk about some of the performance aspects of the car, and let's start with the steering. Now the steering and controls are all managed right here. You can set the car to be in a nice slow mode, or you can go all the way up to plaid mode. And if you're going to the track, there is a track mode where you can customize things like power to the front and rear and the brakes and everything like that. But the steering and the pedals are great. I love the way they are responsive and they are very, very good. Now to the suspension, which has its own setting right here. The suspension is awesome. I usually keep it in sport, and I do keep the Model S all the way down as far as it will go. I do not have lowering links, so I'm not really into those, and I'm worried about rubbing, so I'm not gonna get those. But yeah, the suspension is really good. It is very sporty, and the car handles amazing. So let's talk a little bit about charging. We do charge with the dryer circuit back here, which is 24 amps, 240 volts. And all we have to do is, after we get back from breakfast or driving around town, plug it right in there and make sure the dryer isn't on and drying clothes, or it will flip the breaker. And the car usually takes around an hour or 2 to get back up to normal charge. And I do set the charge limit to 90% as recommended by Tesla, since I don't drive the car every day. Now, we already talked about autopilot, which I do have like basic autopilot, but right now I do have the full self-driving, and so I have been enjoying full self-driving and learning how to work it for about the last 40 days. The lights in the car are really awesome. This 2023 model has redesigned front headlights with self-leveling, and they are laser headlights, so they are very good, and the eyesight is very happy for them. Navigation system has remained solid, have not had any issues with it, and I also put Waze up on my phone so I can see if there's police around. But so far so good with the navigation system and full self-driving. Okay, on the software we're up at 11.1, and we have 12.3.3 of full self-driving. And so not a lot to say about the software. I probably had 10 or 15 software updates since I bought the car, and the only issue I ever had was with the LTE modem stopped working on the last update, and that is now fixed. Now on to the upgrade. I have not subscribed to full self-driving or bought the full self-driving for $12,000, but it is on my mind. I'm thinking I want to evaluate all the way to the end of the trial period and then see if I really want to go ahead and spend that amount of money. Now on to interior modifications. I do have a couple of modifications here. I have the carbon surround for the charging port, which makes the car look a bit more sporty. And that is all of the modifications I have inside of the Model S Plaid. But I do want to get the carbon fiber seat backs. I think those are awesome. Moving to the inside of the Model S Plaid, you can see that for a 1,700 mile car, this vehicle looks exactly like it should for 1,700 miles. I still have issues with the sill plates becoming stained, but other than that, there are no major issues with the interior here. The seats are holding up very well. I am careful with the bolsters, and the same thing in the back here. We don't have any issues whatsoever with quality or things getting worn out prematurely. The screen in the back is still working great as well. where the back people can control their media and their air conditioning system. And so the interior of the Model S Plaid has held up just as expected to moderate use. And being that I don't drive the car very much at all, I expect it to keep on holding up as I detail it once every 2 or 3 weeks with some good interior ceramic coating spray. All right, that is gonna wrap up the tour of the 2023 Model S Plaid, 1 year of ownership down. And I hope you guys enjoyed it. Please like and subscribe to the channel, and we'll see you again next time. Put it in the comments if you have any questions, and we'll see you soon. Guys, inside this mystery box right here is something special for the channel. And you can see right here, you don't have any idea what it is, but I do. And right here, this thing is requesting it to be opened. So, I mean, we have to at least do what it says and open this package right now and see what kind of cool things might be inside to benefit the channel. This guy, what is he doing? Let's get this thing unboxed, take a look at it. It might be something cool. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Supercar Street Racing back, guys. We are in the Supercar Street Racing office. This Mac is loud, this box is not, and today on Supercar Street Racing, we have something special for the studio. This is going to improve my life so much with the Supercar Street Racing 4K studio. We have needed this, we've been suffering without this. There's one more upgrade after this we have to do, but we gotta get this thing open because there's some other things inside here we need to do to this particular product. Let's get this box opened up right now and see what's inside. All right, we got this box in front of us right now, ready to be opened up so freshly. Let's go ahead and get inside this thing and see what is happening here. Yes, this is very loud. I don't know why this does that. And here is the ASA store, or ASUSTER, I'm not sure of the pronunciation, FS6706T, NAS. Network attached storage, right here, looking so fresh and so fly. Also a RAM upgrade for the NAS storage. Let's get this out of the box. Here is the ASA store NAS. You can see it has HDMI. It uses M.2 NVMe SSDs. It has a 2.5 gigabit network port, actually 2 of them. A quad-core processor, optical audio outs, tons of cool stuff in this box. And on the back, you can see all of the features of the FS6706T right here. Enthusiast grade network attached storage with cloud security. It's got apps. It does a lot of cool stuff. But the best part about having this NAS is this is going to back up all my workflow for Supercar Street Racing. And this is gonna all go on here and it will be attached to the network via hardwired. Now let's get this thing out of the box here. There is the label on the top for you guys to check out. Let's get this thing opened. And it has a protective piece of foam right on top of it, and it's a nice bag there. Let's see what's inside of the box here. What did they give us? Aha, standard power adapter here for the NAS. And then inside here, we do see the actual device. in a very cool protective bag. And look how cool this thing is. Guys, you can see on the back there is a USB 3.0 for putting a USB drive, assumably, or a hard drive into it to serve it. You got your HDMI ports suspiciously upside down, two 2.5 gig Ethernet ports, USB 2.0 ports, and your SPDIF, so you can do optical audio out to a receiver. Then on the front, that peel sat. Oh, I blew it.
These nuts.
That peel sat. It's got some lights on the front here. It looks like maybe power, network, hard drive lights, maybe a power button right there, I think. Pretty cool, guys. All right, let's see what else is in the box. And we do have, oh, okay, I was hoping they gave us a network cable. We do have an Ethernet cable. We got two of them, actually. And we do have this is a cable tie, little cable tie there. Okay, we're back in front of the Asus Store NAS now. We have some work to do. We have to get this guy ready for the drives that are coming in later today, and also for a RAM upgrade. So let's go ahead and get out. I heard a complaint online about the screwdriver size. So I've tried 3 now, and then none of them fit. Aha. It was the largest one I had. PH2, for those of you who are doing the same thing I am, it's a PH2. So that's Phillips number 2. The RAM appears to be under here. Oh, there it is. The top just slides right off. Okay. Ah, I got the wrong memory.
These nuts.
It's SO-DIMMs. Dang it.
Got him! Got him!
Shoot. Back in front of the Asus store, and I don't know why I thought this used regular RAM. It uses SO-DIMMs. I did order 16 gigs of memory for this that will be here later today. Same RAM I ordered, PC3200, so that'll be here later today by 10 p.m. along with the drives. But let's take a look at the back of this where the drives go in. So it does have 6 slots for drives, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and they just slide right in right there. Slides in right here, all 6 of them. The model above this has 12. I didn't think I needed that many. I could always upgrade these to 4s if I want to go 4 terabytes. I did order 6 2 terabyte drives, and they will be in RAID 5, I believe it is. So if one drive fails, you still have enough drives left to rebuild the volume. So that is it for now until we get the drives and the memory in that we can install later. So we'll get back with you guys when we do that. Amazon just came and brought this plethora of 2 terabyte drives for us. We have Crucial P3 Plus, PCIe NVMe 4.0, M.2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times 6 to go into the NAS. All we have to do right here and right now is get these guys unboxed and installed directly in this NAS. We are still waiting for the RAM though. It should be here any minute. Let's get moving. SSDs are installed, so now we were able to initialize the console. Let's get this thing hooked up and get it going. All All right, the unit is powered on. I see lights. We just have a RAM upgrade left after this, so pretty simple. It's still initializing, and we'll need to get to the phone for the next part. Let's get the phone going and switch to that now. Okay, we got the SCSR app installed. It did give an error, but all I did was enter the IP address manually and it actually did go to there. And we have all of the apps here available for the SCSR. And if we go to the storage manager, we have 9 terabytes available. We have 3 gigabytes used, and it is synchronizing the drive, so we will give it some time to do its thing. I set up a user or two. There's some apps we can install. Look at all this good stuff, guys. All this. And services, we can do. We already have SMB on. We have already checked that and it does work. We have a web center and system info. There's all our information for our drive and stuff. Processor, memory, system temp's good. And yeah, guys, next thing we have to do is copy some data to this. All right, got to create a new account. All right, guys, we're back in the studio with our new SCSR NAS, and we have the page called up here. And you can see that right here and right now. We have all the apps available here, the file explorer, everything else to do all the settings on the NAS. But what I want to do real quick is go ahead and back up my editing stuff. So if we want to get to the NAS, we got to do 2 backslashes, 192.168.0.210. And it wants my credentials. I'm going to pull those over here. You guys can't see this. And here we have our folders on our brand new NAS. We're going to do editing old NAS. Let's go ahead and drag it and see how long it takes. Now this is coming from a really slow device to a really fast device. So let's see. All right, so that's about as fast as the old device is capable of going. And that says 6 hours. All right, so we're getting about 90 megabytes per second, 110, 112. And I want to see how much, that's actually really fast. 18% memory, 10% CPU. And it's copying at 110 megs per second over a gigabit Ethernet link. So I think I just backed up everything. I just backed up my whole graphics and sound folder in about a couple minutes. Yeah, it's steady about 113 megabytes per second compared to the old NAS was about 30 megabytes per second maximum. So this is four times as fast. Now the rest of this is going to go while I leave the house. And this is a good amount of space that's got to be moved over. So I'm cutting and pasting all these from the old NAS. These are all my renders that I saved. I didn't save everything. I wish I would have, but that's going to take 7 hours at this rate. This old NAS is very slow. All right, we're back in the studio again, and we have some editing footage to do some editing with, and you can see it right here on the screen. Now, what you're looking at now is there is a USB 3.0 slot on the front of the NAS. I have the micro SD card plugged into an adapter, and it's plugged right into the front of the NAS, and you're seeing that right here. All this is GoPro footage. Now at the same time, we're copying from the old NAS, which is right here, to the new NAS, and it is limited by the speed of the old NAS read speed, which is 39 megabytes per second. So now we're going to try copying all this footage to the local drive while we're going to actually copy this to the NAS drive so that we can try to edit off of it. We'll see. So let's select it all. Whoops, one more. We're going to cut from the USB drive. We're going to go to the editing drive. We're going to make a folder on the NAS, raw footage, and we'll paste it right here. Let's see how long this takes. So that's getting 94 megabytes per second from USB 3, dropping down to 88, while the other one is writing at 40 plus megabytes. So that is definitely as fast as the computer copies it from the USB stick. So no speed slowdown going from USB 3 on the front of the NAS to inside of the NAS on the actual NAS drives. And now if we pop our activity monitor up, we have 20% CPU, and we are using all of the memory, but we ordered 16 gigs of RAM, and it will be here today. I'm just waiting for it to get here to pop it in. But meanwhile, this is going at 90 megabytes per second, and the old NAS, my Book Live Western Digital, is copying all its backup files. So all the renders that I ever did are coming off of the old MyBook Live and going over to the new SCSR with 12 terabytes. And if we look right here at the drive, you can individually select each drive here and see which one you want to look at activity-wise. But here is the usage. We have used Now remember, it's RAID 5, so it's going to use one whole drive for RAID, so that if it fails, it has a one drive tolerance, and we won't lose any data. So we only have 9 terabytes after we have a 6 by 2 terabyte array here. We lose 3 terabytes for RAID, so we have 9 terabytes total. We've used 650 gigabytes already, and we're still copying. So here's the homepage of the ASUS store, and you can see there's a bunch of different things you can do, and you can add apps to the ASUS store as well. Here's our hardware settings. While this stuff is copying, we can take a look at all this stuff. General settings is the ports with auto logout. We're set on DHCP. We can change this to the ASUS store. The status, power, LAN, and drive indicators that are on the front of the actual drive. You can disable all the warning buzzers, which is cool. Got an infrared receiver on it, which is also pretty awesome. And direct routing access to the NAS. There you can factory reset it. This is for transcoding, like if you're using Plex, which I am not. So this thing has an HDMI port in the back. I have not hooked it up to the television yet. So I'm going to try to edit off of the NAS and see if I can. Not that I need to do that. I have enough storage, but it'd be interesting. Alright. Here's DaVinci Resolve, and here's all of our footage right here. And we go in order.
Special for
playing no problem right off the NAS. 5K 2398. Drag the first one. Now, this is directly from the NAS.
Guys, inside this mystery box,
no problem,
is something special for the channel.
Flawless. No problem at all with the video on
right here. This thing is requesting it to be open, so I mean we have to at least do what it says and open this package. Right. Thing is request.
Okay, we are back in front of the ASUS Store app, and you can see that now if we go to the system information, we have 16 gigs of RAM installed, which should help a lot on the caching. So that is going to wrap up this video, but all I wanted to do right here, right now, is also change the name. So I will have to do that in the actual app. But yeah, like I said, this is going to wrap up the video. We did put 2 8GB ATEC premium memory sticks in. I'll put a link in the description to those. And we did remove the 4GB stick. And now the ASUS Store has 16 gigs of RAM. Guys, thank you so much for joining Supercar Street Racing. We hope you guys enjoyed it, and we will see you again on the next video.
All right, is that gator still out there? John, where are you going, buddy?
Get some more shrimp, man.
This tiny Tesla's charging next to this tiny charger. We got the Alien, and then we got the Peel. Let's go with the Peel satisfaction on the Tesla Model S Plaid, fully peeled with the Alien and the charger. There is a hawk, or an owl. I think that's a hawk in my pool. That is pretty crazy. He's like, dude, You know why? Because there's frogs in there. He sees frogs. He wants... Welcome back to the channel, and what I have right here in my hands are 2 drones that were bought from AliExpress. We're going to be looking at both of these today on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, sitting right here on top of the Supercar Street Racing mini bike, we have the S116 drone and the E99 Pro drone, and these were both bought off of AliExpress for under $70. We're gonna see if one is better than the other, get them out, charge them, unbox them, do everything fun today, so hang on. Now, one of these drones was more expensive than the other one. I believe the bigger box was more expensive. I'll have to go back into AliExpress and update you guys at the end of the video. But the goal here is to see if we can get decent quality out of both of these drones and finally have a drone for Supercar Street Racing. Now let's go ahead and get these things unboxed. We have the E99 Pro right here, and we have the S116 here, and I don't know why they both say Dion on them in multiple places, but they do. Not sure what that means, but we're gonna go ahead and get these opened up. See, it says Dion on both, or Dion. Let's get these opened up and see what's inside. I'm hyped. They came kind of damaged, but the box was just damaged and hopefully not what is inside. And so inside of the S116, we already see a nice carrying case for the drone. And looking further into the carrying case for the S116, let's see what's inside. All right, now we are inside of the carrying case for the S116. We do see some instructions right here. There's an operating guide right here. Then we have another user guide here, so I don't know what the difference is between these two guys. But there's this one and this one. Look inside, that side is in Chinese, I think. And then here are the actual operating instructions for this guy. Let's put that aside. Looks like they gave us some spare rotor blades, just in case. Four spare rotor blades, a USB cable, and a small screwdriver included. And then here is the actual drone. Good look at the top and the bottom. There's the camera. And I don't see any plastic peel on the camera, so no peel satisfaction for you. But I do see this. Interesting. Not sure what that is. I'll have to get into the manual here in a minute. And then I'm guessing this is the battery. Looks like that is the battery. It does have a yellow sticker over the ports that put it in the drone. And then it did come with a, let's see, this says obstacle avoidance. So don't know what that's about. We'll have to dig more into that. But yeah, that is what's inside this as far as the actual drone and parts. And then we have our nice controller here for it. There's a good look at the front of the controller and a good look at the back. Let's see what kind of batteries this guy uses. Oh, it doesn't. It's rechargeable. So yeah, we'll dig into this a little deeper here momentarily, but that's what is inside of the S116 drone box. Now we have the E99 Pro right here. We'll take a look and see what's inside, and we do have another nice case here with an E99 sticker on the top. Go ahead and get rid of that. Get this guy opened up and see what's inside it. All right, so we have another controller here. There's a good look at the actual controller with the two antennas. Feels really cheap though, really light, really cheap. Not sure if this has batteries or what, or if it's rechargeable. I don't see a charging port. I see a back door on it. Here is the actual tiny little drone. And that is going to get some peel satisfaction. And my thought is it unfolds like that. It says Drone Pro on it right there. And there is the camera. Now this one looks significantly cheaper than the other drone already and feels cheaper. And at this point, I don't know where you put the batteries or charge the battery. Ah, there's the battery right there. So again, these are just flip-in rechargeable batteries. There's a little antenna. And then inside of this bag, we have what appears to be, actually I don't know what these are. I'm not sure what those are for. They did come with some one spare blade, three spare blades, four, a little USB charger. And then here is the user manual. And it also has a supplemental thing to download and install, the RC EFP app. And I'm not sure if that one uses the same app or not. But then here are the instructions, and they are in both Chinese and English for you. And then that is it. That is all that is in the box here. So let's figure out getting these guys charged. Now that we've gotten a good look at what's inside both of these boxes, we're gonna go ahead and get these guys charged up. Let's do it. All right, we've got both of our drones here. Let's go ahead and take the battery out, which I already did on this one. And here is the actual battery. And then on this one, the battery is right here. And then we just need two little USB power adapters. Any USB power adapter will work. Or if any device you have has a USB type A, you can go ahead and use that. Now I do have some brand new USB power adapters here in my hands. There's one and two, because I started running out of these. So I bought some for LED lights. So there's a second one. And then we have our little cable here that it came with somewhere. Here is one cable. I'm going to go ahead and put this back over there. Get this out. And we'll plug this in right here to this USB type A USB power supply thingy. And that would be the one, I guess it doesn't matter which one. It does have the old school style of adapter though, the old school USB, not the new one. It doesn't have USB type C. And it is plugged in, and there is a red light on that one. Let's get this other guy plugged in and charging. So here's the other cord. And our other USB-A adapter to whatever type of USB that is, I forgot. And we will plug that right into where? Oh, there it is. I'm blind. And it goes right in here. And we do have a red light on the back indicating that these are charging. Now let's figure out if we have to charge our handsets. All right, guys, so we have the controller here for the bigger drone. For the S116, I had to go get another cable to charge this one. And I have another USB adapter here. Go ahead and plug that in. And we have one of these multi-cables. So the other end goes on the side of the drone right here. Just like that. And we do have a red light on indicating I believe we are charging it. And now this guy, I cannot locate where you charge this. Maybe this is not rechargeable. Let's look at the instructions. So I'll go ahead and open this up. Kind of annoying to have to take a screw out to put batteries in, but that's the way this one works. 3 AA batteries, which we will now insert into the drone. I called it a drone, it's actually the controller. It takes 3 AA batteries. No rechargeable controller on this one, is 1 definite minus. And then the cover just goes right back on like this. And the tiny little screw that will get lost for sure goes right back here. I decided the screw isn't that important because it clips back in without it, so we're just going to go without a screw there. All right, a little update of frustration, and you can see that these drones are once again packed up in the box, and there is a good reason for that. They don't work. So the first drone here, the E99 Pro, uses a certain app. And basically how these work is you connect to a Wi-Fi network on the drone, and that is how you get pictures and videos and everything and control them. This guy generates a Wi-Fi network that says something like 8K something or another, and the app, no matter what I did, I tried on 2 different devices, no matter what I did, this would not say it was connected. It would open the app and it would say disconnected from Wi-Fi. That one did not work. Now I did start this one up and outside and watch it. Sorry. Yes, I started this one up outside and watched it just to spin up a little bit, but that's it. This one has a completely different app and better instructions. And as you can see right here, the instructions are pretty clear on what to do. The Wi-Fi name was wrong. I figured that out. It said to connect to a Wi-Fi called Wi-Fi something, and there was no Wi-Fi like that. There was a different name. So I got connected to this drone. I can always connect to the drones on my phone, but the apps don't recognize the fact that the drones are connected. So bottom line is, yeah, you need to pay attention to some quality. These are from Temu, not Ali, and those are going back to Temu. And I don't know why I said AliExpress in the earlier video, but I was wrong. So these are going back, and it's time to buy a good drone. And now for a final conclusion, we're going to throw it to Brad in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. Hey guys, just getting a little guitar practice in. Welcome back to the channel. And you just saw we had these Temu drones and they were absolute garbage. It just goes to show you that you get what you pay for. If you want a good drone, you need to go ahead and go get a DJI drone. Do not mess around with $30 and $60 drones from Temu or AliExpress, because you are going to get what you pay for. Both of my drones that I bought from Temu did not work. Both of the apps did the same thing. They both said not connected to Wi-Fi. You could fly it with the remote control, but it is absolutely worthless if you cannot take video. So here's my advice to you. Do not buy a cheap drone. Guys, make sure you like and subscribe to Supercar Street Racing. We appreciate you so much. We built this 4K production studio for you guys just so we could play music right like this for you guys and make videos and do all kinds of fun stuff, and we're glad you're here. But please like and subscribe and buy through our affiliate links, and we'll see you next time. I got a concert I gotta play right now. We're out here at Kennedy Space Center. All right, we're at the Rocket Garden now. This is the gateway. Artemis going to the moon. There goes. There goes. There goes. Let's go. Look at that thing go, dude. This is going to be all wind, but we're out here at Kennedy Space Center. We're about to go to the Rocket Garden right in front of us here. These guys, crazy people. And this is the line we're in. Excited. We're actually here. So we're out here at Kennedy Space Center. We're doing Explore Tour on the bus at 1:30. We got time to walk around. We got plenty of things to see here. All kinds of adventures and rides to go on with these two rugrats. We're going inside now. All right, we're at the Rocket Garden now at Kennedy Space Center. But look at this. So cool, man. So cool. And then they got a ULA rocket right over here. This is the Atlas. 105 feet tall. Runs on liquid oxygen, RB1. Atlas, man. We got another capsule right here. These guys are so hyped to get in the capsules. And then right over here, we have the Big Daddy of the crew. There's a Saturn. It's a 1B though. Saturn 1B. We're going to see a Saturn 5 in a little while. It's bigger than this guy. There's a Saturn 1B. And then over here we got a rocket motor F1 engine from the Saturn 5 rocket.
And if anything happens to us, it doesn't delay the program, which of course it did.
You use your hand, you crush these leaves. Okay, right now, they're mostly water, 89% water. And like I said, water freezes at 32 degrees Fahrenheit. After a few seconds, you're welcome to feel the leaves. My friend Audrey, go ahead. Oh!
Oh, wow.
Now, if you want to feel the leaves, you are welcome to. They warm up almost immediately in the air around. They are cold. You can put it in your mouth or anything.
How cool is that? This is the gateway. The gateway building at Kennedy Space Center. Yo! Right above your head, that's a Falcon.
This one is?
Yeah, it's a Falcon. Look at the grid fins.
Oh yeah,
it's a Falcon. Okay, look at the
So
soot.
that's when they return people back to Earth. So just the other day, those two astronauts that were stuck in space, I'm pretty sure they came back on something just like that.
Yeah, they did. Look at this though. Proof that thing in space. You see the soot? That's been flown. That came back in space. And it landed right over here. All right, so we are in front of the SpaceX new spacesuit. It's got Isaacman, the dude, you know, the private guy who went up to space and paid for it. It's got his name on the sleeve. Yeah. Very cool. That guy's gonna go to the moon one day. Artemis. Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, Saturn ran 5 feet. So 322.
Oh, the Saturn.
We're gonna see this. We're gonna see that in person.
What's this?
All right, we're going into this IMAX thingy now. There's a bunch of people already here. We are going straight in, guys. If you're too cool to sit with us, I understand. Atlantis Discovery Atlantis, whatever, center. And there is the mock-up of the fuel tank outside. I'll get video of that outside. So cool. That thing, look at the payload bay.
This was the snake shark.
This is me.
That's the tiny.
This thing is so sick.
Hey, man. That was fun.
Audrey, you got to go back and get your shoes. You crazy? You can't let them go.
You can't walk on it.
All right, this way.
That is insane. All right, we are out here at Kennedy Space Center with the crew right now going to the Explore Tour. What'd you think about the Atlantis?
It was really, really cool, man. Honestly, what an experience, right? See that shuttle, the real shuttle?
Wait till we ride on the shuttle simulator.
It's one thing to like see it, but then like to be at it.
Yeah, it's a lot bigger than it looks. Huh?
Yeah, it's awesome.
From TV. But yeah, we're waiting to get on the 130 bus right now. We're the only people that paid extra. All right, guys, we'll get back to you on the bus. All right, we're out here. I know it's probably windy, but we are at the Vehicle Assembly Building now at Kennedy Space Center, and this thing is insane looking. Absolutely huge. It's those doors on the side open right up. You can see those doors will open so they can bring a rocket in there vertically, and they roll it right in there into those doors. See the doors? There's the VAB.
You said about the lines of the American flag. The bus could drive on those lines.
Can sit down there too, and we were launched because launch complex 41, 40, 37, 36 are all in the vicinity, and it becomes a great prime viewing location for our guests.
Insane. Just the greenest water ever. And right over there is where the astronauts get launched for SpaceX, right? Across the way, and then there is the new Starship Tower right there.
New Moon rocket is going to be powered by 4 of them. Now, I'm going to give you a rough idea how this rocket system works. At 15 seconds, okay, 15 seconds before launch, we start dumping that pad with 300,000 gallons of water to suppress sound energy. 5 seconds before the
It's where the astronauts would walk out to get into the rocket. Sits on top of the rocket, pulls it away with rocket motors here. That's how it escapes from trouble if they have issues with the launch. This will pull the capsule away from the vehicle. That's where the rocket thrust comes out. Empty right now, but all right, we just got done at the Saturn V Rocket Center. Didn't take any video there. I wasn't feeling well, but this is the fuel tank and simulated look at the boosters from the space shuttle right in front of the Space Shuttle Atlantis building at Kennedy Space Center. That is wrapping up our little tour at Kennedy Space Center today. Unfortunately, I was sick and I missed out on the Saturn V Rocket Center. Great time today. We walked probably 3 miles and now we're headed to the truck to find the VRBO. We'll catch you guys later. Today we are right in front of the Beard Club PT145 trimmer. The Beard Club is so kind to have sent this new trimmer to us at Supercar Street Racing. We have worked with them in the past. They asked if we could work together one more time, and they are a proud sponsor of this visit to Kennedy Space Center for myself and Joe and his 2 kids. And right here, the PT145 is still in the box, and I just wanted to tell you a few things about this guy before we go ahead and unbox it. This PT145 has 8 color-coded guides for 45 trimming lengths. This guy has extra sharp mowing blades. It gives you a quality cut just like at the barber shop for both your facial hair and your body hair. This guy has a 7,000 RPM motor. It has a lithium ion battery, and that battery will provide you over 3 hours of use. That means if you go on vacation and you don't even bring the cord, you still will have enough power to last you probably your whole vacation. Now this guy is simple and easy to clean. All you have to do is just wipe it down, and its blades repel oil, dirt, and buildup. That makes it great for you when you need to clean it because you don't have to go through a lot of trouble. It just cleans right up. This guy comes with a 1-year limited warranty. It also comes with built-in travel locks, which makes it both completely portable and convenient. Now this is a great gift for anyone. This makes for a great Valentine's Day gift, birthday gift, or Christmas gift. Someone would really enjoy getting one of these guys for a present for themselves. And it's sitting at a strong 4.5 star review. Now here is the trimmer itself sitting right here, and also inside the box will be a cord, and this is the rechargeable base. This did come with a charge already on it, so when I go ahead and push the power, it lights up, and it is at 61% power left. It's pretty strong. You can actually feel how strong it is when you're holding it right in your hand right here. And to charge it, you simply turn it back off and stick it right in the base right there, and it will just start charging right up for your trips or just your overnight stays at your house. Opening up the box here, we do see the included length guards right here that come with the PT145. There is also a cleaning kit in here and a nice power cable for you as well. There will be a link in the description to the PT145 beard trimmer from the Beard Club. We encourage you to use our affiliate links and go ahead and pick up a PT145 beard trimmer from the Beard Club. Now back to the video. All right, there's Blue Origin, guys. I wanted to get a quick video of that to add to the video, but we're passing right by Blue Origin. I guess that's also part of theirs. All right, there is the first stage right there from the last launch, sitting at the port, ready to be brought back for processing, and we are at the port right there. There. should be a minute away, less. There it goes.
Oh, there it is.
There it
Yeah,
goes.
to the right, to the right.
There it goes. Let's go.